Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Trustees regular meeting from December 17th. Could you please stand for O Canada? Sorry, I forgot to call us to order at 10:06. Trustee Bowman, could you please read the land acknowledgement?
Welcome to Grand Yellowhead Public School Division, a welcoming place for peoples from around the world. I wish to acknowledge that the land on which we gather this morning is Treaty 6 territory and is a traditional meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home for many Indigenous peoples. We also acknowledge Treaty 8, a Sinewichi-Winnewak Nation and Mountain Métis in the Grand Cache region, where some of our families, schools, and staff are located, and from where they may be joining in today's meeting located here in Edson.
Announcements for today. Good morning, everyone. As Chair of the Board of Trustees, I am pleased to call our last public board meeting of the 2025 calendar year to order. To my fellow trustees, superintendent, and our administrative team, thank you for your dedication. To the staff, parents, students, and members of the public joining us online, we are grateful for your continued interest and commitment to K-12 education in our communities. I would also like to thank the staff and students from Hinton, Jasper, and Grand Cache, to which the board did their school visits at the end of November. Thank you for making us feel very welcome. I would like to take a minute to acknowledge that we are closing in at the end of 2025, and in doing so, share the board's appreciation for our division's unwavering focus on our core priorities this year: student learning, teachers, support staff and leadership excellence, community engagement, and system health and wellness. As your Board of Trustees, we strive for good governance, clear policy, and the opportunity to advocate for a strong public education and bring attention to issues that are important to the success of our students. We also know that the 2026 will bring a busy and important start for students and staff. Beginning in January, our grade 12 students will be writing their first set of diploma exams. Some of our students will be writing their first set of provincial achievement tests, and our students in early elementary will be writing the literacy and numeracy screens. Furthermore, our board will be hearing from our school leaders as they present their improvement plans, which they will begin constructing as assurance measure results in screen data, and as screen data becomes available. It will be a very busy start to 2026. Finally, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, I want to wish all of our staff a restful and joyous Christmas break. I want to extend our best wishes and Happy New Year to all of our families and community partners. And to our students, we hope you have a wonderful 2-week vacation with lots of rest, time with friends and family, and many outdoor adventures our beautiful environment provides us with. I'd actually like to make a correction to, there will not be diploma exams. Our grade 12 students will be writing exams, final exams, but no diploma exams. As well
But
as.
the weighting will be the same.
Right. And if they so wish, they can write them in April.
That's correct.
That is correct. So my apologies. And there's also no provincial achievement exams for our grade 9 and 6 students.
So the grade nine,
grade
there are some potential, grade 9 students, if you're in a semester class, you could write up a PAT, but there are no January PATs for grade 9s. Grade 6s will write their PATs in June.
Thank you. And my apologies.
Yep, no worries.
So now, are there any changes to the agenda? I will make one. In 14.1, closed session, we will be going into closed session for labor. Okay. Could I have someone approve the agenda, please? Trustee Acorn? All in favor? And that is carried. Minutes for the regular board meeting of November 26, 2025. Were there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, can I just move the minutes to be approved as circulated? Minutes of the special board meeting of December 3rd, 2025. Were there any corrections or omissions? Seeing none, can I move those to be accepted as well? Delegation, we have none today. Spotlight on students.
So we're just working with our school right now to ensure that we have them here online and making sure. So Katie's out doing that currently. So we'll move on to, if we can, onto our action items.
Okay.
Then we'll figure out the rest as we move forward. But the action items we can
Okay. So we'll come back to the spotlight on students with the Wildwood students. So action item 7.2.1, trustee attendance at the National School Boards Association Annual Conference and Exposition. That the Board of Trustees approve trustees to attend the National School Boards Association NSBA 2026 Annual Conference and Exposition held in San Antonio, Texas, April 10th to the 12th, including as relevant, the pre-conference workshop, Ready, Set, Govern, the key work of school board members. Could I have somebody make that motion? Anybody want to make the motion?
I'll make a motion, but
No. So trustee Mines makes the motion. Now we'll open, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Scobie.
So for us, is there information from us that you need on this item? I think it's some discussion that I think the board was going to have about the attendance to this conference.
So I will open the floor up. Everything was presented in here as far as information for this conference, and I will open the floor up to discussion.
personally, I believe the conference is too expensive to attend. And I do see that there's an online variety, but we could probably use our money much better doing things in Alberta close to home. That is my personal.
I wanted to say when I read it, that was my opinion.
Anyone else? I did do some figuring out here, and I mean, obviously it would be cheaper if we were to do it right now because the second person would only cost $200 US.
Right.
Which I might add is actually 275 Canadian as of yesterday. And roughly for 2 people to attend with flights, registration, hotels, meals, transportation per diem, we're looking at a $10,000 bill, roughly. So, trustee Bird first, and then trustee Robinson.
I think it's exciting with math, science, technology coming to the forefront that we can actually do this online for peanuts. Right? Can we do this online pretty cheaply?
So the 250 would be about 320.
It's a great alternative.
Yes.
Yeah, I just have a reflection as a new trustee, getting one's feet under oneself. I prefer to focus more as local as possible and as regional as possible, and wait personally for expeditions like this one.
Thank you very much. Okay, so would anyone like to amend the recommendation to include the virtual piece versus the in-person attendance? Or would we like to just vote on the because it is an option, right? We could do a virtual.
Again, I'm a newbie and I would like to know, I understand that some people have gone to this before. Was it valuable? In your opinion? Trustee.
None of us sitting here went, so I don't know that we can. Trustee Caputo?
I did go years ago to San Diego, and I would not, for me, because as you have spoken, we get a lot better PD through the Public School Board Association of Alberta. Plus, we also through the Alberta School Board Association of Alberta, but because this is part of our on the agenda that we have to approve somebody or not, but I totally support that we can get opportunities here in Alberta to be using what we have in Alberta. Yes.
Superintendent.
Interesting what you have access to for $250. When the ATA went to online sessions during COVID for our professional conference, they offered sessions that were engaging, that you could attend, that had immediate implication, those kind of things. You talk about math, science. I went to those sessions online, and in some cases was able to, because we weren't in the city, we weren't moving around, I was able from my desk to see far more sessions. I enjoy going to keynotes, and keynotes are often inspiring, but I often find them to be at a level of generality to meet the needs of many different people. When I look at it, it says the online experience includes 3 live stream keynote sessions and on-demand access to the keynote recordings. When I look at that, if it had said 3 in-depth sessions on math programming for K-6 and 7-12 or something like that, I would say that it'd be a really good expenditure of money. Keynotes are a cultural piece, I think, sometimes, and I worry that you may not, from an American produced keynote cultural experience, we may not have something to translate into the learning moving forward. If it was in depth, something that said, hey, we have our trustees who are all new, and we have 7 sessions on how to build governance, I'd be like, that's great. Go and online, and you could enjoy it all. It's just an experience that I've had as a teacher and as part of other things we've done with keynote sessions. I love them if you want to get together and have positive things to talk about and hope to build change. But I don't think it has that in-depth learning that may be there for you.
Trustee Robinson.
Illustrating my ignorance, perhaps. National School Board Association, I was assuming that was a Canadian organization. I wondered why it would be held in the United States, but I thought, well, that's not completely beyond the realm of possibility, perhaps. But that kind of makes a difference to me as well. I'm glad I clarified it. Yeah, I would reiterate what I'm hearing here. And I agree with what Superintendent Scobie is saying. I think there's some value in perhaps the inspirational nature of things as a governance institution. Getting into the nitty-gritty of pedagogy, et cetera, may not be also a lot of value that we should support. Traveling to the States at this current political climate, I'm not sure I support that from a personal perspective. Regardless, maybe it's not appropriate here, but I'm happy just to move on in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have anything to say? My personal opinion is there's nothing really listed, so even if we were to put someone virtually, we don't know who the keynotes are. We don't know any of the sessions until you go in and actually start to register yourself. Like, that's the only way you find out what it is, but so I will read again the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve trustees to attend the National School Boards Association, NSBA 2026 Annual Conference and Exposition held in San Antonio, Texas, April 10th to the 12th, including as relevant, the pre-conference workshop, Ready, Set, Govern, the key work of school board members. All in favor? All opposed? And that is defeated. Thank you. Action item 7.2.2, advocacy letter, protection for small rural schools, sustainability. That the Board of Trustees directs administration to send a letter to the Minister of Education and Childcare requesting the minister to implement a lowering of the rural small school grant funding threshold for those schools operating below the current 35 student threshold. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Bowman. And I will speak to this. When we were at ASBA and the Minister of Education was there giving us his morning greetings, a member from another school board got up and asked very clearly if the minister and his department would consider lowering the number of small school. Because right now the grant for 35 and above to 55 is $487,069.47. Fewer than 35, that drops down to $26,791. That is significant. And obviously, hearing this at ASBA, which is 62 school boards, that we are not the only school board who is afflicted with this. So having heard that, and then I actually went on their website and they have sent an advocacy letter on behalf of their school board asking for this. I asked our administration to consider this. So I'm going to open the floor up to debate. Anyone would like to speak to this? Trustee
I'm in support. I really do believe that that's a huge drop for these schools that are just under 35 students, and we need to support them, and the government needs to support them.
Anyone else? I'll just, again, the ministry talks about supporting schools and supporting rural schools. So I would like to see them walk the talk and therefore to actually drop the level to where our smaller rural schools can be supported successfully. So again, I'll read the, oh, sorry.
Yeah, just, I guess just clarification, we direct the administration to send a letter to the Minister of Education, which I certainly do support. That's why I didn't put my hand up when Trustee Bowman said she's in favor. I am too. Will we not send a letter? I mean, we're
It's on
sending
our
it on our behalf.
Yes,
Okay.
on our behalf.
We could send 2 letters, have our superintendent send one.
The letter is attached in the package, if everyone has had the opportunity to see. I would just ask that you change my signature line, please, and to include all board chairs.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
pre-circle, already ready to go.
thank you. Is there anyone else that we think needs to be on this distribution list? Should we also send it to our local MLA?
Yes.
Yeah.
Both of them?
Yes.
So that is MLA Martin Long and Minister of Infrastructure and MLA Shane Getson, please.
Those will be added.
Thank you. Oh, so before we do this, I will read it again because we have not made that decision. That the Board of Trustees directs administration to send a letter to the Minister of Education and Childcare requesting the minister to implement a lowering of the rural small school grant funding threshold for those schools operating below the current 35 student threshold. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, everyone. Now, if I could direct administration to do those two things, please.
Right, so we're gonna add the 2 local MLAs, Long and Getson. We're going to change signature lines so that your name appears first and then with a single space underneath the board chair and lobster trustee.
Yeah, and
there.
all board chairs. We're gonna add that to the distribution list. It
Oh, I
goes to all
apologize. Yes, I
board
remember that now. Thank you.
chairs. Trustee Bird.
Would we also add Yellowhead County?
I'm not sure, would we add the mayor of Yellowhead County?
We would.
I think as I think if I was trying to go back to things that I've been taught, I think that we do them, you know, when I reach out to people in different areas, I would reach out to the CAO of an organization, whether it's the MD or the county or the municipality. And often trustees reach out to other elected officials. So it could go to the Yellowhead County, but I think that really in this case, the advocacy is for the government to be supportive of this because they are the ones at that level that will make the change if possible, as opposed to the county. County could know, but
I don't.
Okay, trustee Bird.
I totally agree with you, but sometimes keeping.
You have to speak up.
I agree with you, but sometimes keeping the locals in the know is just a nice inclusion and a nice social convention.
and we will do as the board requires. So if you would like us to add this letter to do to the Yellowhead County, we are also happy to do that.
Okay, I look to the board. What is it? There's no harm in it.
No.
Okay, so we can add the county there. Yellowhead County.
Got it. Thank you very much.
No, Director Gills.
Respectfully, if you're going to add a political component of local to that, I would recommend that you do it to all the mayors and groups in your jurisdiction. It's not just Yellowhead County that you would be wanting to let them know.
Okay, that's fine. That's Greenview as well. Thank you for your input. Okay, thanks. So action item 7.2.3, advocacy letter, future communications protocols from the Ministry of Education and Childcare. That the Board of Trustees directs administration to send a letter to the Minister of Education and Childcare to express the board's disappointment regarding the procedural oversight of excluding board chairs from the initial communication concerning the comprehensive system review. Further, that the letter formally requests the minister establish a revised communication protocol ensuring all future ministry initiatives pertaining to governance, financial allocation, or strategic policy be shared concurrently and directly with the board chairs of all affected jurisdictions alongside the superintendents. If I could have someone make that motion. Trustee Robinson. Again, this is coming from me. So it was brought forward at ASBA Zone 2-3 that a letter was sent out to superintendents regarding the well, it was asking, right, for information pertaining to governance, financial allocation, and strategic policy. So what they were asking was that funding allocation, government structure, and identifying efficiencies was sent just to superintendents.
Right.
without board chair's knowledge, and that came forward at the zone 2-3. There was a lot of boards that were very unhappy with this.
All within a very short period of time,
Yes.
right? Like in that afternoon.
If I could, I'm going to turn to Trustee Mines, who is our ASBA rep at zone 2-3 to speak to this as well.
Many of this system review that they were asking for involves governance features. And as primary, we are the employer of our superintendent. He has gotten direction from the province involving governance things, and we should have been included. So there were many, many boards that spoke against it. And some of us didn't know that this went out yet. And everybody was scrambling, what is this about? What is this about? So everybody was quite upset at the meeting. And it just seemed very unusual, because usually just about every communication that goes out, it's canceling government exams, if it's doing whatever, goes to our superintendent, but also goes to our board chair.
I'm going to open the floor for discussion.
Go ahead.
Trustee Caputo.
I just want to bring to your attention, I think this letter needs to go to, oh, okay.
So I'll let superintendent, okay, because I know. Oh, okay.
There's a couple of points I wanted to raise that have been raised to me by the board. This is not the first time in this last calendar year that the board chair or the trustees have been, left out of a direct to the libraries. It was very public, very emotional last time that this happened. And it was clear the pushback at ASBA and PSBA in June clearly pushed back to say what was done was incorrect and you're not following your actual own procedures. Why are you leaving boards out of these decisions? And it's now happened again. So that was one thing that I think that is really important for everybody to know. The other part is that I think we talked a little bit about the letter, which looks really good. We were going to make a change, I think, to the letter here. And in the second paragraph, the letter says, which focuses on program offerings, funding allocation, governance structures, and identifying efficiencies through our superintendent. That is true that I did get a letter, but I think the idea here would be to highlight that this came through ASBA Zone 2-3 meetings for us to be identified. So we would just change that part of the letter to highlight that portion. That what is written here is correct, but I think it's very powerful when it talks about how the board chair was left out of this conversation, and that the discussion had to happen at another group event in order to make it be brought forward with the hopeful idea of leaving it in the background yet again.
Anyone else have any? You're okay with that? Okay.
Okay, I noticed that on our CC for our distribution, there's shares. We need to include the Public School Board Association of Alberta, the Alberta School Board Association, and also our 2 MLAs. They also have to be all receiving this, plus our rural caucus needs to also be receiving this letter. And I have a question. Whenever we do advocacy letters, should we have a format? Is that these letters always will be getting CC to these people in case we need to ask for extra, but we would always have a format there that these letters would always go to these CC to them. I don't know if we need that. Yeah, thank you.
If no one else has a comment, I just want to talk about our autonomy. Like we talk about the whittling away of board's autonomy in the province of Alberta. And this it feels like one more, brick being pulled out of the tower. So I think it's very important that the minister knows that we are a board of trustees who wants our autonomy. We want to be involved. So if everyone's okay, I'll read the recommendation again. Oh, Superintendent Scobie.
What you just said is a very powerful statement. read this, I haven't read it in the last 10 minutes, so I don't memorize it all, is what you just said listed in here as part of the paragraphs.
About
Is
our
it-
board autonomy?
Well, is it part of what you would like written into the letter and added into there?
I see. Yes.
Again, I just think it's a very, when you say it now and we listen to it, it's very powerful. And maybe it's something that needs to be highlighted as that point. And I think that it's good to make those strong points back to the government to remind what the structure is that we have.
Thank you very much. Trustee Bowman.
Just to hop on top, because I think that's great. And I'm wondering if we need to remind them that we're also elected officials too. So, you know, as people, we've been elected by our communities, and so we are speaking for our communities and as far as our public school system goes. So I kind of think like on top of that, we also need to remind them that, you know, we have a job to do.
Thank you. Trustee Robinson.
Thank you, trustee Bowman. I was going to say exactly the same thing. I agree with Superintendent Scobie. I think adding that piece about autonomy is probably, it's an opportune time to do so in the context of the letter. But I think that's a powerful thing to add as well. We're elected representatives, as are they. So we're making kind of an interesting point just by adding that.
That connection is
Yeah.
powerful that you have with the other elected officials.
So I will read it again. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees directs administration to send a letter to the Minister of Education and Childcare to express the board's disappointment regarding the procedural oversight of excluding board chairs from the initial communication concerning the comprehensive system review. Further, that the letter formally requests the minister establish a revised communication protocol ensuring all future ministry initiatives pertaining to governance, financial allocation, or strategic policy be shared concurrently and directly with the board chairs of all affected jurisdictions alongside the superintendents. All in favor? And that is carried. Action item 7.2.4, advocacy letter, flashing school zone safety lights for the Sheldon Coates Elementary in Grand Cache. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees moves to direct administration to issue a formal request to the Municipal District of Greenview number 16 for the installation of flashing school zone safety lights adjacent to the Sheldon Coates Elementary. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Mines. I will turn it over to Trustee Mines.
Hi, so this is the first time this is coming forward with my fellow trustees, so I want to explain just a little bit about Sheldon Coates before you make the motion. You all visited, well, most of you visited Sheldon Coates the other day. It was built in a residential area. It has narrow streets. So for almost its entire existence, I would say parking has been a difficulty. When it was a K-7 school, not as much because lots more students walked in those days. But now it is current configuration. Lots of people are being driven or busing. So what tends to happen at Sheldon Coates in the morning is I've had multiple parent complaints. My own mother had her wing mirror knocked off when dropping my kids off many years ago. It's a tight area and really is one-way traffic when people start parking on either side. So 2 years ago, I sat in a parent school council meeting, and we had some people who were running for mayor at that meeting, or not running for mayor, running for council at that time. And there was a by-election, I need to admit, because that would confuse everybody. There was a by-election. But anyhow, so there was people there who were running, and it got brought forward that there were no crosswalks. So kudos to the MD. They installed multiple crosswalks around the school. But now what happens, and it's a fault of some of our parents. And so if you're listening, if you're one of those people who are doing this, or if you're somebody who's listening who wants to advocate, please pass the message out. I know Ms. Hammer, Principal Hammer, has been doing a lot of messaging to parents. Parents are parking right across the crosswalk. So there's no place for the kids to walk. Or they're parking right adjust to it, either one side or the other. So they're backing into the crosswalk to leave, or they're driving really close to the edge as they're going around. We've had 3 near misses in Grand Cache in the last few weeks. So as a group, I think we need to come forward with some steps and a long-term solution. But in order to get there, something needs to be done as quickly as possible. And so we'll have a more wholesome discussion about next steps later. But as an initial point, I would like us to send a letter advocating for flashing lights on those crosswalks that are button pushed so that they flash when a child is trying to cross. Our staff is more than capable of teaching children to press the button. Parents can teach people. And I would like to advocate to the community to stop blocking the crosswalk. The kids are the most valuable people. You need to stop and think that that could be your child that was almost backed into today. So people need to change the way they do things, because that would solve some of the issue. There's still lots of things that need to be solved in this, but that would be a big thing. And if I could add one more slight item for right now, if in that letter we can ask that Sheldon Coast becomes a priority snow route. So that meaning where possible, and because our plows we have excellent snow removal. The MD is fabulous in Grand Cache early in the morning. But if they can do a tour through there that stops the deep snow, can't imagine what this morning looked like. Deep snow, people trying to get in and out, and we have to get the berms away too. So they're good about coming, getting those berms away. They might not be able to get the berms away, but they can't build up, because when kids get out of their car, they're going into a berm and they have to crawl over the berm to get into the schoolyard off the sidewalk or walk along the street, which is not safe at all. Okay, so those are my 2 items.
Superintendent Scobie.
So we've had a couple of emails come to central office as well. I had a phone call with a gentleman on Monday about this very same idea. So there are a couple of things that are taking place. We've listened to those concerns. We've reached out to the MD. I've reached out through the CAO, waiting to hear back. But the other thing that is happening is that Principal Hammer has reached out to both bylaw and to the RCMP. As of yesterday, the RCMP were putting portable barricades, kind of just to give some spacing around the crosswalks that are there. So it's very, very positive. And it's hard because people feel like we are meeting and doing things here, but not actually having action-oriented items. And it's not true. There are many action-oriented items. And a lot of it comes from the advocacy from the board, the work of central office and the work we do, but the advocacy of the principal and the staff that are on site, that are out there doing all of the good work that are there. So the RCMP work that was happening and the letter that Principal Hammer sent out this morning from the RCMP reminding parents how to drive, how to be, how the drop-off should work and what was going to happen are all very, very positive steps that will hopefully lead to safety for our students in the immediate as we move forward with what we can do in the future. The next possible thing being the crosswalks that would be lit with flashing lights for safety. So those things are really important. And I know that Principal Hammer has worked extensively in order to keep kids safe, and we do so on our property. We have to be very careful of what we do on the public roads. Those roads are not our property, and we want to make sure that we are working within that. That is an area for the MD and the RCMP and bylaw to take care of. So as we each do our part, I know parents are concerned enough that they would like to be their own. They would like to be their own crossing guards. And it's not something that we can do within our organization or can sanction. There are too many liabilities that come along with that. I understand the reason to want to do it, but that's why we have the RCMP and bylaw to help out. We have the MD, which can do the plowing of the deeper snow when it comes and working with us in order to make the crosswalks lit. So there are things that are happening, and I wanted to say thanks to the board, but also thanks to Principal Hammer for all the work that she has done to get us where we are here, because she advocates every day for the safety of her students, every day. Thank you.
Well, going to what Trustee Mines said about the priority about the snow removal. The subject, the letter, it only talks about the flashing school zone safety lights. Should that be also put in there about the a letter about priority of the snow removal, so then therefore the body of this letter would have to change. Because if we're talking about the priority snow removal, to have them both in there. Also, I believe that the school, we refer to it as a kindergarten through grade 3, but do we need to refer to it as a pre-kindergarten to grade 3 school? We do have a fair number of students that are pre-kindergarten that are in that school. And and Superintendent Scobie, you've received phone calls also from parents. I'm just wondering if this letter also should be going to our MLA too, because probably his office has received phone calls to make them aware that this is a priority for us, about the flashing school zone safety lights, and also about the priority of the snow removal. So that would be my comments. Thank you. Director Gills.
Respectfully, the motion is for the flashing safety lights at Sheldon Oaks. You may want to suggest to do a second letter, advocacy letter specific to the snow removal or the concern. Or you may also want to send it to everyone at every school, at every zone, just asking all of the counties, the towns, etc., to put a priority on the snow route or snow removal on all the schools for safety as well. If it's only one identified concern at Sheldon Oaks, but the motion reads strictly for this one, and add, then it's I think it would be a separate advocacy. Or friendly amendment to the motion.
Okay. Superintendent Scobie.
The interesting part about the priority snow route is this may be something that we have a chance to talk to the MD about, like for myself as the CAO as part of what we're doing. My initial contact with them was to let them know that we were going to be sending this letter, so it came as it didn't come as a surprise. Or I think that would be something that we could easily do, and if we wanted to, then we can add that as our action item in the January meeting. But I would have happily talk with the MD at that level. That was one point, so I'm just bringing that forward as a choice. The other part is we can easily add the change to junior kindergarten to grade 3 in the letter without having to change really the effect of the motion.
Thank you. We not do a friendly amendment to this motion and bring it to their attention that, and I know that you're going to be speaking to the CEO, but then we've got something to say that we've asked for the priority also snow removal, or that would have to be a separate item. I'm asking you.
I think that we will do as you kind of request. I think that's I think Trustee Caputo, you can talk with your board members to see whether you would like to do the amendment, and then we can do that work on your behalf.
Well, it's just that we're going to be waiting till January to get this out. But I think by seeing this here in as a request also for this advocacy letter, because this is safety concerns. Like you brought up about the snow and everything, and about the clearing of by the school and everything, and that's a safety issue. And I know I would like to make it friendly motion, but maybe it's not friendly. I don't know, but that would be my suggestion.
Trustee Mines, do you accept a friendly amendment to your motion?
Right. So just an amendment is all good. Yeah.
Well, I guess we could do it as a friendly motion, or we could trust that Superintendent Scobie has a conversation with the CEO.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a whole page of different ideas that I could just keep adding on to this letter, but I think that means that we need to sit down with the MD and have a really robust conversation about the safety of children in our communities, in all communities. And I don't disagree that snow priority should be a priority for especially residential streets with residential around them, narrow streets, right? But I'm okay if it doesn't get put in this one, as long as Superintendent Scobie lets the CA know that we are asking for that, and we are, as a board, going to meet further and discuss some stuff, and we would like to meet with them. Now, I do believe at the end of the letter, it says something about sitting down and having a collaborative discussion with them. So I would like you to say that, and hopefully we can get that meeting set up for January at some point. Well, or actually the February meeting would work way better for me.
And I think that,
So I can be there in
also
person.
gives time for other things to happen. So the meeting
Yeah.
in February would be great. It's
Yeah.
early, that it's in the on the fourth inning.
So are we?
I guess I was just gonna ask or add, Ms. Glick's mentioned sending a letter to all of our communities, and I question, well, if they're already doing a great job, then sending a letter saying, can you do a great job? Seems to almost, not be very productive, but is it indeed a problem in other communities? And if it is, then the second motion might be more appropriate in that it's identifying snow removal for all of our schools, whereas this is a specific concern about Sheldon Coates and the flashing lights. So I think it makes sense to maybe let this one stand alone, but if snow removal is a larger concern, then that can be addressed in another motion when we determine that is the case.
Just to be clear then, if we don't make the amendment, Superintendent Scobie, will you have that conversation
100%.
prior to our January meeting?
Yep.
With the CAO of Greenview?
Yep.
Okay, so then trustee Caputo, do you want to make an amendment?
No, that would be,
If I can just
Yes.
add one small little thing, and that is that I have spoken to parents as well. And many parents have reached out to the counselors in Greg Cash, so they're very aware of this. So they're advocating to the school division, but they're also doing advocacy towards the MD.
So hearing nothing else, I'll read the recommendation again. That the Board of Trustees moves to direct administration to issue a formal request to the municipal district of Greenview number 16 for the installation of flashing school zone safety lights adjacent to Sheldon Coates Elementary. All in favor? And that is carried. That is the end of our action items, and we move on. Is our school presentation ready?
So, trustees, I owe you an apology. Learned this morning that because of the weather, that buses in the Wildwood area are not running. And forgot to pass it along to you. So the reason that we don't have our presentation ready to go is because there are no children to present, because the buses are not running in the Wildwood area.
And
So-
Principal Stolas isn't ready to.
He was gonna do a song and dance for us, but we chose not to. So we'll have to push our spotlight on students until the new.
Oh, how unfortunate.
Yes.
Well,
My apologies.
that's okay, we understand. Safety first. Okay, so we move on to number 8, which is board chair report, correspondence and information. And I have a letter here from the Minister of Education and Childcare, and this is in regards to a advocacy letter that we sent him regarding the levy, the Yellowhead County levy, to which Minister Nicolaides told us that it is school jurisdiction's responsibility to pay for the cost of local improvements to their school sites from their allocated budgets. He does recognize that this situation places our school board in a difficult position. And he encourages us to continue to engage with Yellowhead County to explore alternative solutions that may help mitigate the financial impact. I won't read the entire letter, but that is the gist of that. So if anybody wants to, I think I shared it with all of you. Yes, okay. That's all I have. Because as we move into trustee reflections, I'll do my reflection at the end. I'll allow everyone else, if anyone has a reflection that they'd like to share with the board. Okay, seeing none, I will I'll do mine. I not only did I get to attend 2 Christmas concerts, but I was also invited to the Evansburg Senior Center for their annual seniors dinner. I was told it's the first time a trustee has been invited and that a trustee has shown up. So they were very happy to have me. I felt like a celebrity. So it was a wonderful dinner and wonderful company, and it was such a great opportunity. I wanna say thank you to the Evansburg seniors for inviting me. Is there anyone else? Go ahead, trustee Bird.
We've had, Shirley and I have had a delightful December so far. We attended a beautiful little concert at Crescent Valley, and we're invited to Mountain View this week. And we had some really fun times in Erie College too. So it's just really nice to go around to all the schools and see all the joy and happiness. And the kids so happy. It just warms our hearts. So thank you for asking.
Thank you for sharing. Trustee Bowman.
Trustee Acorn and I also really enjoyed going to our council meetings for all our schools. Trustee Acorn just went to her first Chamber of Commerce meeting. I went to the first youth interagency in January. We're very excited about those, and we are doing Christmas concerts the next 2 days, so we're very excited about those.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing. So great to hear from everyone. Trustee Robinson.
Now that you folks are sharing, I did have the experience of being invited to 2 events over the Christmas period. One of the local Chamber of Commerce, and the other one as a guest of the mayor and the town council at their staff / Christmas party. And I guess I mention it because it's interesting how you talk about advocacy or schmoozing or whatever the case may be, but at the chamber one, an individual I did not know that was at our table when I was introduced, came and spoke to me and said, well, I'm the assistant deputy minister of such and such that's in Jasper, helping with the recovery for Parks Canada. And I'm kind of aware of this GST insurance issue, and can you help me understand it a bit more? And unfortunately, I probably wasn't able to, but I did get her card and I passed the name on to Tash and superintendent. So there may be something useful come out of that. And similarly, I was able to hobnob with the member of parliament for our constituency as well at the town party. And I was able to speak to him as well about the GST fire issue. So you never know what sort of activity might bear fruit. Just another anecdote, the record.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Oh, Trustee Acorn.
I will just add, because I was invited by Mrs. Katie from Old Pine Grove to come and check out their wonderful Kinder Egg program that they have going, and they had their Christmas festival that day. So Mr. Lee's class from Mary Bergeron came over, and they had all these games and crafts set up for the kids, and it is just wonderful to see the interaction between the kids and the grade 8 kids, and it's just such an amazing program that
Anyone else? I just want to also add, I did attend Fulham's craft. I saw her Gilt's there with her husband, and it was wonderful, and there was a lot of vendors. It was really good to see. So anyways, we'll move on to the superintendent's report. Thank you everyone for sharing with us.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I wrote about 3 kind of items. We have my report handy, just to give a little highlight of it. It's since I started in July, 6 months since I began, which seems a little weird that it's been that long already. It has been really interesting to come in and be a part of 3 very distinct groups. Work closely with the board, which is always exciting, and talking about governance and the work that we're going to do. I get a chance to work in central office with our central leadership team, and the advocacy they do on behalf of the board and the work they do, also the advocacy and the work they do on behalf of schools, which is fantastic. The support there has grown even more, and has been, I would say, has flourished a lot in the last 6 months. We hear from schools now how easy it is to contact and how wonderful it is to get the response back and the connections, which are really, really strong. And that's what this staff here has always wanted to be able to do. So it is great that it is happening. And there's lots of connections that are here, which I think are growing as we talked about in other areas this morning during committee of the whole. We had our principals were here in the office in December. They had two big goals: finalize your school continuous improvement plan, or do some work together, and then work on your budgets. So budgets for the current year. Both, I think one of the things I really enjoyed was watching them work as a group. Talking, sharing ideas about what they were learning, ideas about budgets, and it was a real positive thing to see our principals, who don't get a chance to see each other all the time, to work in the same room. And although we had 5 different spaces for them to work in, the vast majority chose to work down together and to talk and to work and to do those things. So it was really great to see. November was a very busy month for the board, of course. We had ASBA, so we had Alberta School Board Association, Public School Board Association of Alberta. We spent time in Edmonton learning and attending many professional development sessions. And then we visited every school. And our school visits gave the trustees the very first time that lens to which we talk. So if you're talking about a small rural school, you get to see what a small rural school looks like. If you're looking at a high school and you're seeing what the difference is between what Grand Trunk is and will be, what Grand Cache High School is, Jasper High School, Parkland, Harry College, you get a real idea of the division. And so that was one of the key things that we needed to do to start this board off correctly, and to be able to see who it is that you advocate for, because you advocate for all students regardless of the ward from which you serve. So it was very exciting work to go through in the last month. And if there's any questions anybody has, please feel free to ask.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We all appreciated being together as a team for all of those activities. It was a very busy 2 weeks.
Very busy 2 weeks.
Although one of our trustees had a very busy 2 weeks on her own, so. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
And it's still on to you,
Superintendent
Scobie.
Right, as part of the work that we do currently under policy is the superintendent will bring forth changes to the board, and we do it in a public board meeting because it also, not only does it show the AP changes for you as a board, it talks to all those who are online, and then can be captured in a board brief as we move forward to make sure that all of our stakeholders understand. So we're gonna have 2 people present on the APs this morning and the changes that are coming for your information. So Assistant Superintendent Aschemeyer will speak with about AP 205 and 206 to begin with.
Thank you, Superintendent Scobie. Good morning, Board Chair and Board. I'm happy to just give you a quick overview, and I think it's really important for our community and our stakeholders who are listening to be aware of this particular change. So AP 205 has always existed in some form as that administrative procedure around controversial issues. The biggest update in AP 205 is that it eliminated areas that are specific to human sexuality and sexual orientation, as well as gender identification. And the reason for that is those are now outlined in the new AP 206, which is brand new, and it comes to the administrative procedures list as the Education Act now requires opt-in by parents, which is also included on Form 206-1. So AP 205 has always been there. We still provide parent notice with certain notification, but AP 205 simply pulled out the specifics around sexual orientation, human sexuality, and gender identification. AP 206 was created for us to meet the Education Act because parents are now and we are required to have opt-in notification given to parents. Parents must sign and complete yearly and 30 days in advance of any curricula related to human sexuality, sexual orientation, and gender identification. So I want our community to also know that these students opted out by their parents are provided alternative learning experiences. 205 was there. We've just created a new P206, which focuses on the legal requirements of the Education Act for opting in. And for our community, prior to this Education Act amendment, teachers always let parents know they were doing the human sexuality. Now the requirement is they must have every parent's permission to teach to every student. Before, let us know if you don't wish. Now legally, we need every parent's signature and permission for that. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. Is there any questions?
There's
Yeah,
one
I
little one.
noticed, but
Did you?
absolutely,
Okay.
Trustee Bowman, do you want to just speak to that now and we will make sure it's correct?
AP 206, it's just when parents might opt in, it's me, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. Trustee Robinson.
4.1 RT should be party.
Thank you.
But I was gonna, thank you for the clarification, because I had a question. Why are they striking the human right? You know, the Alberta human rights stuff, that would seem to belong right there. No, I understand what's happening there now. And that's the only other thing I noticed was a couple of typos as well, so. I wasn't sure about what was meant by in 205, or, yeah, 205, 327, that clause there, it seemed, I think I know what it's trying to say. Now I look at it another time, but requirement that the procedure will include a section on retention of notice to exempt from parents. I know whether a quotation mark around one of those might make it clear. Because what you're saying there is that if a parent asks to be exempted, then you've got to keep track of it or
For
keep it on
3
file.
years. Yes, correct.
Okay. Maybe I read it when it was late at night or something.
Thank you, Trustee Robinson. We will make sure that that is clear. We'll take a look at 3.2.7
Okay.
and Form 20 and AP 205.
Trustee Mines.
This is just a general comment about this section. Thank you, because when the APs change and we don't know the nuances and we get asked a question, sometimes we could be giving wrong information. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? I just have one. On AP 206, under reference, should we reference our policy that this is aligned with, which is policy 21?
Would you like to respond?
I was gonna say, yeah. I'm happy,
Absolutely.
for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was actually just writing it down
Oh,
when I
were you?
realized it wasn't there. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a really good suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Aschmeyer. So APs 400 and 444.
Right, thank you. So we will have our Assistant Superintendent Rollins do the updates on the APs that her and her team have worked on.
And Board Chair, Trustees, our updates to Admin Procedure 400 really center around us bringing clarity to the hiring of personnel. For example, in the original AP, it says the HR will hire, whereas that is not our practice right now. Our principals interview with the help of HR and we support the hiring. So we just wanted to bring some clarity around the language of HR being a support to principals, making sure there was clarity around the process and empowering principals at their schools to have those interviews will help them, but we certainly at HR aren't picking the teachers in each of the schools because there is site-based decision making and we want to empower our principals to do that. Whereas if we lived in the previous AP, it certainly was all about making sure that HR seemed to have a much bigger role in making those decisions. We are definitely a support. I'll give you an example. In the current AP, Section 5, hiring of personnel, it says the Human Resources Department will be responsible for hiring the selected candidate, and that is not what our common practice is right now. And so wording has been updated to reflect that. We would say the Human Resources Department, in collaboration with responsible administrator, will support the hiring of the selected candidate. And then just giving some clarification around, because we sometimes get questions, how many references should we be getting? And so if we look down at 5.2.1, the new language and wording says thorough reference checks have been completed. At least 2 supervisory references must be obtained and 1 non-supervisory reference for a minimum total of 3 references. So we just want to bring clarity to our process. Our kids deserve excellence. They deserve the very best candidates, and we want to make sure that we are getting them that. Principals understand what their needs are in their schools. They know who they need, what their culture is, and what they're looking for. And so AP 400 really is just around clarifying process, saying we're here to support, and what do we do in an interview. Some of the pieces later on around 5.2.4 requiring the successful submission of criminal records checks and child intervention checks as well, and clarifying what that means. If we do not get them, what does that mean for a candidate? We go on to clarify that we will have those discussions, seek out any information, and if we need to make decisions around not hiring or hiring, that lives in this policy as well. So that's just in a nutshell, all of these sort of tweaks and updates have been centered around HR being a support, HR helping, but not necessarily owning the hiring process. That lives with our principals, not with HR. Any questions?
Yes. I understand that we still are having trouble hiring teachers.
We do, and HR has a significant recruitment undertaking lined up already. We are going to all of the career fairs at various universities that have strong education programs, and they start kicking off in January. So U of C, U of A, and University of Lethbridge, Mount Royal, King's University, anyone who has a strong program, we are very invested in being there and coaching. We've ordered new banners, we've got our cards ready, we are good to go. Awesome. We are going to claim as many people as we possibly can and sell them on the benefits of coming to a rural school division, and of course living in the beauty that is where we live. Our home is beautiful. We have the mountains, we have the trails, we have so many things to offer. And I think being present, many of us have signed up. We have principals signed up to come with us as well, so they can speak to their schools. And I use the word sell, and that's not really it. I think we have a beautiful community. We don't necessarily have to sell it, but a lot of people don't know about it. So creating awareness of what we do, who we are as a division is super important. So the HR team is out there with principals, really hoping to get good, strong candidates. We also do have a lot of practicum placements that happen throughout the year as well. And that's another sort of tool for us to welcome the practicum placements, because when students come and they live and breathe with us for 8 weeks, 12 weeks, whatever their placement happens to be, our end goal is always to say, yes, we've helped you with your practicum, but we hope that you have fallen in love with us as well and want to come back and live and work and breathe with us as well.
Well, the board, and I really appreciate your due diligence on that, because that's how we get the great teachers that we have.
Absolutely.
So thank
our
you.
kids deserve excellence, and that's what we want to get.
Is there any other questions? Trustee
I'm
Robertson.
just curious about the context or the meaning of, I think there's reference 3.2 about all vacancies will be advertised unless exempted from open competition. So what would be the criteria that if there'd be no open competition? What exemptions
might exist? Sometimes we do internal postings, for example, for our FSLCs or our best coaches. We may do an internal posting. We currently have one that is out there, and it's on our website right now, looking to grow our own people, because we have identified that some folk have amazing skills and may be best suited. And sometimes it's a very quick turnaround that we need. We need filling up that position really, really quickly. So we could do it as a temporary position for a short period of time before we go external. So there are some sort of criteria around why we would do an internal posting versus an external posting.
So being forced to advertise publicly would be a handicap in some cases.
I'll give you an example. We currently have a SLP position that has been advertised for 2 years, and we cannot fill it. So we still have that position out there. And if any, like we check it all the time to see if we have any external candidates who are applying. But in the interim, we have to fill some of those gaps. And what does that look like for us? So sometimes we have to go to contractors or whatever that is. And that becomes more of an internal process as opposed to the external piece.
Sorry, everybody, I said we wouldn't talk that much, but, when we did the walk through Crescent Valley and we saw the speech assistant there,
Yes.
you actually do have like a contracted speech online, and those people are doing an amazing job.
They are Pineapple Speech. We
Yeah.
contract with them. Yes.
Yeah, so thank you for that. I didn't know that, and I was relieved because I keep seeing that posted. It has been 2 years, hasn't
It has been.
it?
Yeah, and we are currently also advertising for a school psychologist. As you know, our school psychologist has chosen to retire. And so that position has been advertised for weeks now. And yeah, it's one of those situations that we do have some very hard to fill positions.
Trustee Robinson.
I just one more, just clarification as well, I suppose. There's reference in the document, I think it's 5.1 to a selection committee, but it doesn't seem to be anything that's formally involved, and maybe it's understood, but I could see no other sign of a selection committee in the policy. And then 3.4 says that human resources will review and make recommendations, but there's no reference or suggestion about the role of a committee or even the responsible administrator there. I just didn't know if there was an inconsistency with the language. As I understand your intents about a resource and empowering principals and principal administrators, but that selection committee is there. Of course, it's a pretty common procedure. I think maybe it's understood, but I just see it mentioned once. And it's not mentioned again when the recommendation is actually made. I don't know whether that's just because I'm nitpicky or whether, you know what I'm saying?
No, we can clarify that if we need to.
Go ahead, trustee Mines.
I think that we should move in camera to discuss this further.
A motion to go into camera by
Motion.
trustee Mines at 11:18.
Would you like to remain?
To Assistant Superintendent Rollins. And yourself.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, all those in favor? Sorry, and it's carried, yeah. Amy,
Amazon
back
likes
in.
us.
Can I have a motion to come out of closed session? Trustee Robinson, all in favor? And that is carried. So if you could ask your question, sorry, Trustee Robinson, you were asking about 3.4. You said, sorry,
The screening process.
with the screen, if you wanted to ask a question.
Well, I did.
Yeah, and my response was that the screening really references the Human Resources Department looking at the requirements of a posted position and being able to filter out for the principals candidates who met those essential requirements before passing them on.
So the selection committee references the on-site group
Correct.
that might make the final choice.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes. And I think that is the end of admin procedure 400, unless there are other questions.
Will it reference policy 16?
We could put that in, yes. Yeah, okay, I'll make a note of that to add policy 16.
Trying to, like in our policies, also reference APs.
Makes sense.
So that it goes back and forth. See the flow.
That's not a problem, we can build that in, and I'll build it in under point number 1, which references all procedures must adhere to relevant authorities, including federal and provincial employment legislation and regulation, appropriate collective agreements, board policies, and I could say specifically board policy 16 and division administrative procedures.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and so on to administrative procedure 444.
Local authorities pension plan, and this is only one change that's being made here. With the incoming new collective bargaining agreement for our QP members, there is specific language in the collective agreement that references an employee becomes a permanent employee after 90 days. So there's a probationary period, and then successful completion of the probationary period is 90 days. This admin procedure 444 referenced that permanent employees were only able to access the benefit of belonging to the local authorities pension plan after 1 year. So there was a discrepancy between 1 year versus 90 days, and that's the language we've cleaned up. The policy remains exactly the same, but now it reads a probationary period for the purpose of the administrative procedure. The probationary period shall be defined as a period of 90 days worked less, and then it's exactly the same, we're not changing anything. That used to read defined as 1 year, which is out of bounds of the current collective agreement, and so we need to align language to match the collective agreement. And that is the all.
Any questions? So that was the superintendent's report. I just want to say, Superintendent Scobie, thank you. Thank you for bringing our principals back to this building for their meetings. And
You're welcome.
we really appreciate that. And I think they do as well.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it when they're here and they're talking and excited and getting a chance to collaborate. It's great to be in and around and upstairs and going to offices and all of that as well.
Thank you. Okay, so we are on to, does anyone need a recess break? We're going to be breaking in about half an hour. Okay, we can continue. So administrative reports, 11.1, division departments reports. We're going to start with Secretary Treasurer.
Right, and I think we're going back to our original way of doing business where if there are questions from the trustees as we go through each of the reports, then board chair will kind of present the area if there are questions, and then if there's not, then the report has been presented. That's how we're going to work.
Okay, so we'll start with Secretary Treasurer Taylor. Well, unless you wanted to, I guess so. Is there anything you wanted to say about your?
My items are there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Feel free to ask any questions.
Trustee Mike.
Sorry, I do see that you are going to begin the JUPA grant cash, which is the MD of Greenview. I would like to respectfully ask that we try to have that JUPA mirror JUPAs in other communities where the schools and the MD have free use of our gyms and we have free use of their arenas. That's how it was when we were the town of Grand Cache. And from what I can gather, it's that way across our entire division. So I would like a push for that.
Thank you.
Noted. Is there any other questions?
I assume that JU stood for joint use. But
Yeah.
what does the PA stand for? JUPA?
Participation agreement.
Joint use
Yes, joint
participation
use.
Okay. One other question I had was just, what is the levy action plan?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. This is a strategy that will be laid out. We had intended originally to bring it to this meeting. However, just the other day, the board received a response from the Minister of Education around his perspective on dealing with the levy, with the county. And so we thought, Superintendent and I spoke and thought it, given this message from the minister, that it would be better to bring it in January. But it'll be a multi-pronged approach to how are we going to deal with the expected payment.
So we're talking a tax rate?
No, we're talking
The
about.
$938,000 levy that has been
Okay,
assessed to
alright.
us by the county of
Yeah,
Yellowhead.
Bill just went
Yellowhead
off.
County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I assumed. I shouldn't
Yeah,
have. Yes.
don't assume it's
Oh.
me.
That's all good.
Is there any other questions for Secretary?
And Trustee Caputo, I noticed that about an update on the field trip, the AP, and that's in regards to helmets and other activities per insurance. Would you be able to specify what other activities that means?
Sure, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. This is taking a look at our administrative procedure around field trips, but specifically around certain activities that are categorized in what our insurer calls amber and restricted activities. So the amber category creates a lack of clarity around what is required for a due diligence approach to a certain field trip. So, and so in the administrative procedure, we want to clarify what that means and align it with our insurance requirements. And this is going to be helpful for principals and parents and others. And for example, helmets for figure skating or ice skating, what's an acceptable level for the school division? And so we would like in the AP to specify what our minimum requirements are, for example.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to facilities. Director Orr. Here,
Because he's in a Grand Trunk
modernization.
modernization meeting, yes. If there are questions that you would like to ask, I'm sure that we can answer them on his behalf.
Anyone have any questions?
Oh, Trustee Caputo, sorry, I have no questions, but I'd just like to say thank you to Brian and his facilities team for setting up the stages for the Christmas concerts that
Oh,
are
yes.
at our schools. So thank you for that.
Thank you. A lot of December work around there.
Yes.
Okay, so is there any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to technology. Director Lee it will be Assistant Superintendent Ashmeyer.
Good morning. Thank you, Board Chair and Board. I'm happy to respond to any questions, but I do want to take a moment to highlight one key piece. Last week, we presented to our parent community a K-9 parent assessment information evening. And in that, we were happy to have the technology team through Adam Fragamini present to the parents who attended that session, the Power School My Power Hub. So currently we use the parent portal. It's not really been designed as the greatest app on a cellular device, both Android and Apple. And I'm proud to say that our technology team led by Director Lee has gone miles, and we will be doing a meeting with principals tomorrow. And from all of our information, we know that we will be able to have this available to parents in January. and our outcome-based reporting tool that is digital, is fully accessible with minimal clicks through My Power Hub. So we're starting with the principals tomorrow, so they are exposed to it, they can have an understanding of it. They are the conduit to our parents, and we will help our schools to support that transfer to Power School My Power Hub. So I think that's going to make live reporting really accessible for our public, for our parents, for our students, for our community who have students in our buildings. So kudos to our tech team. There's a lot of work done behind the scenes for these things to happen. And I also wanted to thank Director Lee for leading his team in the work that they do. And I'm happy to answer questions. I think between Superintendent Scobie, myself, if there's anything, I think we might be able to make that.
Trustee Robinson?
I'm just curious about, when you're referencing information and communication, re-home education, what is the interaction between?
That's the next one.
Pardon?
That's the next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're doing technology right now.
Oh, okay. It didn't look like Lyle to me. What I was gonna ask a while was, what's ATIA and POPA? I'm into an acronym thing today.
Absolutely, and in all fairness, maybe that was a consideration that we should spell it out in full in the division operations. And this basically, and I'm gonna look to Secretary Treasurer Tash Taylor to give us what those acronyms mean. They're the replacement for FOIP. Can you please give the full out acronym in its wording for us?
Thank you. So HOPA is the Protection of Privacy Act, and ATIA or ATIA is Access to Information Act. So last year or earlier in the year, there was a split from the FOIP Act to split out the privacy, access to information and how people could go about getting personal information, and splitting out the protection of personal information. That used to be one act, now we have two. And there's a big component on the technology side related to the what do they call it? Privacy, the technology.
APs.
APs.
The administrative
Yeah,
procedures
No,
need
it-
to be incorporated.
Privacy and
And
privacy
that's
is what
related
she said.
to
Thank you.
technology, taking personal information.
Trustee Bird, you heard my computer go off, but I was totally on task here. I watched afterwards the session, the K-9 assessment and reporting parent information session on December 9th. And what a tight little program of information for parents up there, or whoever takes care of their children, with Adam, and thanks to Lyle, it's not here, Adam, Rayanne, Kara, and Kurt. That was a class act, not redundant. But honestly, that gave everybody so much information on what to do, and it calmed me down, because often we want to just know a percentage. Oh, my kid has 98 in math, but you really did yourself proud on how you talked about the analogy of the car needing diagnostics in different areas and how that happens with our literacy and our numeracy. That was a really, really good session, so thank you. And thank you, Kurt, for keeping it just about under 1 hour, because that's about what our brain can take. So, and parents out there, watch it, you'll love it.
Assistant Superintendent Ashmeyer.
And for our public, anyone who did not have an opportunity to see it, it is already posted under parents and students, for families and students. It is the top line, one click, and you will see it there, and you're certainly encouraged to watch that if you weren't able to join due to the Oilers game or any other thing that may have been in the way.
Thank you. I just have one question, if everyone else is finished. Do we know, like, was it well attended? Do we know kind of?
What we can see by the number of attendees, there were 12 people in attendance.
It's on YouTube and you can see that there. I give it a thumbs up.
On YouTube, wouldn't it just show views, not who attended?
Right, so on YouTube, it'll show how many people have viewed it at that point in time. But when we did the session through Zoom, as part of the way the attendees are there was 12 people that attended that session that the four of us presented.
It's just, we've heard that the June one wasn't well attended, and so then, we really pushed this one, and then to hear that, that there's concerns in our communities, and yet only 12 people attended. So I'm a little disappointed because there are concerns, right, that we're hearing as trustees. And, I've told people to attend, and so that's just my take on this.
Yeah, and for our public to know that we did ask, and our principals are very responsive. They were put on, principal Facebook pages. They were sent out in principal memos through school messenger. And they were also, Nikki Gilkes, Director of Communication. It was flushed out that way as well on our website, GYPSD. I think we did everything possible to reach out. Since that time, from the learning services lens, I have received little information or reach out other than one parent. And the majority of after the report cards were live on Friday, so for our community, this session was on Tuesday. Reporting for semester one, or what we call term one for the K-9, happened live on Friday. I have received no one concerned about the actual report card, which is digital, outcome-based. And Grand Yellowhead is 14 years behind other divisions that have been using a report card which reports the outcomes, knowledge, skills that students need to do K-9 versus a simple percentage. So we're really far behind in that. That was also shared. And since report cards were live, ready to go, and some schools supported parents who couldn't access them live by emailing, I've not received any direct concerns after Friday's report card.
That was my second question, was about receiving feedback after the session, because I did hear some feedback. And thank you for that, Trustee
So
Mines.
we've kind of gone on to the next section as well. Because
Well, yes.
But what I would like to say, there were 29 views of the one 7 days ago. The one that you guys did in June, there were 195 views. So, and right now for all of us here and the 2 people who are online, there's 2 people watching the board meeting, okay?
Well, no, 2 people were on Zoom.
On Zoom.
Everything else is live streamed onto YouTube.
Yes, but on YouTube, that's where I am.
So, anyways, Trustee Bird.
Anytime, anywhere, perhaps as governance or operations, it could be mentioned at parent-teacher interviews that this is available, and maybe just a little snippet could be played to parents so that they see how valuable this is, because sometimes it's by attraction, not promotion, with the student and the teacher, or the student and the teacher, and the teacher being able to see, I get what you're talking about now. Just a suggestion. I don't know.
Thank you. So if we can move on to learning services, back to you, Assistant Superintendent Aschenmeyer.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in there, so I hope you had a chance to take a look. And I don't believe that I have anything in there that would be an acronym that I need to clarify, but I am absolutely happy to answer any questions. And I also want to share that teacher consultant for learning services, Rayanne Miller, is on our Zoom, and she's happy to answer any questions that may be related to her portfolio.
Trustee Bowman, sorry. I forgot to shut off my ringer and I apologize.
I'm just interested, when I was reading it and I saw the aggressive behavior at schools webinar, who got that? Like, I just was wondering who in the division.
Yeah, I can respond to that. So that is available for anyone who wants to register who is a member of the Council of Alberta School Superintendents.
Okay.
So that is primarily the senior team who are members of CAS, Council of Alberta School Superintendents. This one was very good. It was a 3-part. A lot of what we're doing, these were other school divisions examples, but we have our own process of what is happening and anything new that comes up or a new idea. The senior team, Dr. Rowlands with inclusion and Director Corser, we always cross-pollinate and share that information. This was an offering at that level.
Okay, great, thanks.
I noticed the annual Indigenous event planning. When do you have the date for that?
I would like teacher consultant Rayanne Miller to speak to that, and maybe she can speak to, there will be a change this year in locale for it. So Rayanne, if you're with us, are you able to speak to that?
Yes, absolutely. I hope you guys can hear me and I hope that you're doing well, board. Good morning. So I'll talk a little bit about the annual Indigenous event planning that's been going on. So just like Assistant Superintendent Ashmeyer has said, there is going to be a change in the location that we are going to be hosting our event. Unfortunately, Forest Park is going to be undergoing renovations, which is exciting for their business. Maybe a little bit less exciting for us on the planning side, but we are working with the Crimson and we will be hosting our event at the Crimson. We do have some of our speakers booked. Most notably, who I'm so excited about is Alexa Lizette from Desert Métis Creations. She is going to be doing quill art and beading sessions with our attendees. So yeah, we're in the process of planning for that. Additionally, if I may, board, there was a question earlier about the home education information. And I can talk about that now if that is okay.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So in this role, one of the questions that I do get often is about home education, more specifically what home education is and what it is not. And these questions come from both parents of potential home education students and administrators within schools that are not necessarily, they don't necessarily know what home education entails and how it is very different from what our TLC programs offer. So we have been working on some communication documents for both our school administrators and for parents to be able to send out and to be able to update on our websites, just so that everybody has updated information before they reach out to me for further clarification. So that's what we've been working on. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, what was the, sorry, what was the date of the annual Indigenous event in Jasper?
Oh, sorry. I will pull up my calendar. I want to say it is Monday, April 13th. But just let me double check before I say that is with my full chest. Yes, it will be April 13th, which is a Monday. So we will have the evening session on the evening of the 12th, which is a Sunday. We chose this day so that participants have time to travel in and can enjoy their day in Jasper beforehand. And then our active day of sessions will be on Monday, April 13th.
Thank you. Is there any other questions for Assistant Superintendent Ashmeyer or Ms. Miller? Seeing none, do we have time to do one more HR? Okay, over to you, Assistant Superintendent Rowlands.
I've been working a lot today. A brief update of what is on there. If anyone has questions, the one thing that I would like to touch on is QP job descriptions. One of the things that came out earlier in the year from our Labour Management Advisory Committees, LMAC, was a suggestion that we please update current CUPE job descriptions. I'll give you an example. Anything in tech sometimes references things like know how to use a CD-ROM. With the implementation of AI and new programs, those job descriptions are out of date, and that's what this is about. It's about looking at the requirements, making sure they align with current practice or current educational requirements and certifications. And that is what we're doing right now, is updating to modernize and make sure that the references we put into those job descriptions when we put them out for advert actually are current and not out of date.
For any questions?
Whose handbook?
Oh, I love that. This is the day for acronyms. Out of scope. So we have a number of labor groups in our organization. We have the ATA, we have CUPE, we have our Bus Drivers Association, and then we have employees that fall in out of scope. They don't necessarily belong to any union, they're just out of scope. And that's most of the employees in central office. So we're updating the handbook on that one to reflect, again, current labor practices, aligning to Alberta Employment Code and Labor Code, that sort of thing.
That would also include FSLCs.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
So it's anyone who doesn't fall within
The other labor groups.
organizations. Or organizations.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Bird?
This is sort of about this, but not about this, from the governance core, which I've read twice. But I just want to read this to everybody because Herb keeps bringing up acronyms, and I was wondering if us newbies could get kind of listed. It says, of course,
It's in your trustee orientation.
but like
4
all of
pages,
them are in
yeah,
there?
4 pages long.
Okay, because it says take particular care to ask for clarification about acronyms.
No,
For the
it's in there.
benefit of the audience, right?
Yes. It's a long one.
Yeah.
You know, like the model,
Education is
FSL, everything's like that too.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Seeing none. We're gonna recess.
Yes.
For lunch, and we'll be back in an hour.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
like to do an ad.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're gonna go on with our department reports. And we're over to Inclusive Services, Director Corser.
Thank you very much. I will be open to questions in a minute, but I just wanted to introduce to you the newest member of our inclusion team, Ms. Delaney Euland. Delaney has worked for GYPSD for over 5 years in roles of HR. She has some HR background. Then she moved into a wellness navigator position. And then just most recently, she was our best coach manager. And now she's our health and wellness coordinator. So we're very excited to have Delaney still within our inclusion team, but moved into a wonderful role supporting staff and students health and wellness. Welcome. Thank you. Thanks for having me here today.
Is there anything you want to highlight, or is there
no,
any?
I'll just be open to, my report is there, but if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Is there any questions? Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. In regards to your PUF funding, have the numbers from last year to this year, where are they? Are they the same? Have they gone up, gone down? Can you share that? Is that?
Yes, absolutely. So our PUF numbers, when everything had to be in, all of our reports had to be in by December 1st. So all of our numbers are in with all of our documentation and everything is uploaded to Alberta Ed. For our numbers, we are down in some schools. So in, like, for example, Sheldon Coates is down a little bit in their JK and Kinder, because all of those PUF students are now in our grade 1 room, grade 1 classrooms. However, across the division, we are kind of on par from last year within other schools. So our PUF numbers kind of remain the same. They're down just a few students, but overall about the same as 24.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If I might just back up here a bit, I'd like to say thank you to Katie Brooks for lunch today. We had a very nice lunch with all of our senior men. Thank you, Katie.
Thanks,
for
Katie.
doing that. I was just so excited to get right back at this. Transportation Services, Director Van Neck.
For sure. Questions? Actively preparing for next year already.
Okay, are there any questions for Director Van Neck? Seeing none. Okay, Communications Special Projects, Director Gills.
Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions? I think everybody's turkeyed out apparently. Well, thank you everyone for your department reports. We really appreciate that and keep up the good work. Thank you. So on to administrative report 11.2, school bell times. This is for information, and the board receives a report on required instructional time for the 2025-2026 school year as information. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you very much, Chair. So we'll probably pass to Trudy. I know that Rochelle is online, and then they can look to do the report.
Absolutely. So our recommendation to the board, this was an information only item that the board receives a report on required instructional time for the 2025-2026 school year. This is defined in the Alberta Education Act as a maximum of 1,200 hours, which needs to include instructional and assignable time that adds up to 1,200 hours. So each of our schools in the zones, they're broken down into zones, and the schools within that zone are represented in the document, just to give yourselves an idea of what the start and end times are and what their instructional hours are. To answer any questions on that.
Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. Now that Grand Trunk is going to be going to a K to grade 12 school, what happens then with those hours? Because it's going to be different from the earlier grades than it's going to be for the higher grades.
Correct, and we will work with Grand Trunk on aligning their schedule because obviously the instructional hours for our littlest people in the building are different to the instructional hours for our grades 10, 11, and 12. And so we will work with the school and also transportation to see what that looks like moving forward. We are on track to start holding meetings around some of these operational pieces with Grand Trunk beginning January 15th, where we start looking at a couple of big questions, big ticket items and how we plan for them.
And I know that for Jasper, the senior high school, I know that we're seeing that they've got total instructional hours of 1,200, 1,207 hours. That's because they have, well, first of all, they start earlier in the day. And is there a reason why they have to start at 8:15?
Not a very complicated reason. It's more about busing. That's the time that they're starting because they don't necessarily have our buses in Jasper. We work with a contractor in Jasper.
Trustee Mines?
I just have a curious question, and I'm not sure that you can definitely answer this, being this is your first year, but I know that we have early dismissal and that's in there, and I know some schools have their early dismissal at 12, but when we have an early dismissal at 1, are we keeping students through the noon hour and then letting them go? Like, because a lot of the Edson schools say their early dismissal for teachers convention is at 1 o'clock. I don't think Lobstick gets off early by the way I looked at this. Knighton does, but not any of the other schools. Grand Cache all gets off at 12 and so does Jasper. And I think Hinton is 12 as well. But Edson says 1. So I'm just curious if we're not, if we don't, do we actually have students through the noon hour and is it a modified schedule?
That's a good question. I can certainly look into it.
Yeah,
and find
it's just
out the answer
curious.
to it.
Because,
Yeah.
So there, I can answer Harry Collins' question.
Yep.
Just from last year, and it's also in the kind of it labels it here. They basically run a lunch hour, or so the lunch break is 11:30 to 12:15, I believe, with the dismissal being at 1 o'clock, as opposed to leaving off early to do it. So do one and have your last block, shortened blocks for each one. So regular day with shortened blocks.
Yeah.
And then dismissal of 1, and Hinton is a 1 o'clock dismissal
Okay.
on the early dismissal days.
Okay. I was just curious how it was different, because if we're getting rid of kids across the division at 12, let's just put it down as 12. That's what I was thinking.
Any other questions? Yeah, I do. It's with the early dismissal. Early dismissal is only for teachers convention. Is that correct? We don't have early dismissal any other time of the year.
That's correct. Yeah, and that's why we offer just as in there, it's just that one day, so that it is that only that one time.
Right. To allow teachers to get into Edmonton for teachers convention.
Oh, and Michelle also said she can respond. I just saw it on the screen. Okay. Michelle, you're welcome to respond as well.
Yeah, for sure. So, board, this is actually relative to a letter of understanding in our ATA collective agreement regarding, what those dismissal times will be for each of those communities. And they were staggered and they were different. Jasper and Grand Cache will be dismissed at noon, and Hinton, Edson, Fulham, Knighton teachers are 1 p.m. And that's in the letter of understanding.
Thank you. Also too, is I brought this forward after our public board meeting in November when we had the busing, because I wanted to look at our busing times versus our start times, right, is what I was kind of hoping to get a little bit of information on. Because we've got, somewhere it's 2 hours from the first pickup to when school starts. And I'm just wondering, like, that's a long bus ride for somebody for 2 hours one way in the morning, and then obviously maybe 2 hours in the evening. I know that transportation is looking at ride times. I understand that and is trying to do their best to buy it. But this is why I asked for this report, is just because I wanted to kind of get an idea of when kids are arriving at school, like how long are they at school prior to school starting? Like we've spoken about the importance of them being able to get there a little bit earlier and maybe having the breakfast program. You know, we've spoken to that. And I'm just wondering, like, the one for Edson specifically is the 2 hours, where the first pickup was at 6:34. And I'm just wondering, that's probably a high school student from one of the areas coming in, I would assume. And are the buses arriving like 10 minutes before? Are they arriving 15 minutes before? And I don't mean to put anybody on the spot, Director Van Dyke.
If I may, in Edson, our buses service all the schools in town. So we start dropping off at 8:05 and end at about 8:30. So the first students are getting off their bus at 8:05 and they might have that period of time to play whatever they before school actually starts. So it's an extended amount of time. In Hinton, we have a similar kind of thing. All the buses service all the schools. They start at 8 until about 20.
So if I may, do they do like more than one run then? Or are they just is it because they're dropping off at, let's say, for here, Mary Bergeron, and then on to Pine Grove or Parkland or on to West Haven? Is that?
In Edson, it's just that they service all the
So
schools.
it has to do with drop off.
Yeah, it takes a while to go through town and drop off at all the schools. Only one bus goes to the Christian school, so we have a transfer for that, but otherwise every Edson bus.
Including the separate school. Thank you. Now, my question to administration is, if they're getting dropped off at 8:05, like, so then we start our supervision at 8:05 at the schools, is that correct?
So Mountain View, I started my supervision at 8 because there was 2 buses that were waiting there at 8 o'clock for us to start. We have morning supervision usually, which is longer chunks of time. So I would start at 8 o'clock. Other supervisors would come on between 8:10 and 8:15. So we would have 3 for 450 kids, 3 zones in our school. Crescent Valley does kind of 3 zones. Harry Collins, the buses the supervision's more at the doors and into the parking lot. But yep, so the supervision starts at the elementary schools around 8 o'clock in conjunction with busing. Over the time that I was a principal, we met with transportation, and then we would ensure, because we had different ideas, right? You know, start with different start times. Are you all gonna have both the same start time? And then how do we do that? And so then some school buses arrive at Crescent Valley first, some arrive at Harry Collins, some arrive at Mountain View, and they rotate. That I know the best because I was a part of it. And I think Edson is similar in my little brain. There are differences. So yeah, so supervision starts and we would put it on the schedule. How many short supervisions and how many long supervisions are you gonna have on your schedule? And I would take the first one because that's what my preference was. When the breakfast program was running, I would be out morning supervision. And that way there was always somebody, no matter how cold it was, that was on supervision from 8 to 8:30.
So are
Even
they
below
in
minus
the,
20.
sorry, are they in the school then, or they're outside?
Every school does it a little bit differently, and every school has a little bit of rules. We've changed lots of that due to the locked door policy. When it was more open, kids at Mountain View were always welcome to come inside, or often welcome. This is now years ago. Whereas Crescent Valley, our kids stayed outside. That's just the way it was. So now kids are outside. We have, if anybody needs to go inside, they have the front doorbell they ring, or depending on which school and how they do their breakfast program, they can enter in through another door. Mountain View has a separate door, so does Crescent Valley, for instance, and others do too. Then they can go to the washroom, grab their breakfast, go back outside. Lots of our kids, even if they eat pancakes, they eat them quickly and go back. They want to play before school starts. So, and especially if it's snowing or doing whatever else. And if it's raining, our breakfast program increases. It's the way it is. But yes, so supervision is out there actively before school in conjunction with transportation to make sure we have coverage.
Thank you. Oh, Trustee Bird.
I can't imagine your job. Thank you. Does everybody, do all the buses get here to their schools or relative schools in time to breakfast program? Do all kids get access to it?
I couldn't speak to what breakfast programs are in Edson. that has been brought to my attention. But in Jasper, for instance, they just started a breakfast program at the elementary. And our students from Jasper Park Lodge used to stay on the town loop of the bus so that they didn't need supervision quite so early. But just in the last week or so, they've changed things up because they have this new breakfast program. So those kids are getting off the bus on the first loop, they're going in, they're having breakfast, and then the bus still continues to pick up.
Most schools have, so that happens. Most schools, depending on when the kids come, then change what their breakfast program looks like. So there are schools where things are brought to classes. There are, at Mountain View, when we were there, if you came late and we sold breakfast, you ate and you went to class with your food. Or he said, you will be 6 minutes late and you're fine because you're here, we're gonna watch over you as we clean up. So I don't know any of the schools that deny. It's usually at the older levels, the kids feel like they don't have time to go because they're coming in or they went to Starbucks or whatever. But which is a real thing at the high school, or who's coming in, why are you late and why do you have Tim Hortons or Starbucks? You're not the assistant superintendent.
Okay, oh, Trustee Robinson.
Maybe I should have taken better notes last time. I wonder, I think according to your AP policy on transportation, children are picked up if they're 1.4 kilometers away. Is that sort of like a general rule of thumb?
The eligibility for K to 6 is 1.6 kilometers, and 7 to 12 is 2 kilometers.
I'm sorry?
7 to 12 is 2 kilometers.
Okay. Well, was there a grandfather or something? I'm just trying to get my mind around the Jasper.
Yes, there was a couple of years ago, it used to be 2.4 across the board. A couple of years ago, the government made a change so that the K to 6 were 1 kilometer. But they changed that back to up to 1.6, but they gave us a year to, if we were already busing kids who were in the 1 to 1.6 kilometer, we could still bus them and get funded for them just for this.
So that 1 kilometer distance is funded this year.
Yes. K to 6.
I think that answers the question. Thank
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on. Thank you very much. Sorry to put you on the spot, and thank you for the bell times, school instructional times. Assistant Superintendent Williams. On to 11.3. This is 2024-25 School Council's annual report. For information that the Board of Trustees received this School Council's annual report for the 2024-2025 school year. And over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Great, thank you. Chair, we're going to pass this along to our Secretary Treasurer, Tash Taylor, to give the report and answer any questions that you would have.
Thank you, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. What you have before you is a summary of activities for the school councils operating in our school division for the last year or last fiscal year. And so this is some of their high-level activities that they've shared, and minutes are available through the school council. I should say any of the financial elements, if you have specific questions, I would need to go back to that school council for specifics. This is a roll-up of that financial data, but this is here for your information, and I can answer some questions at the high level, but many of the questions you may have around the detail would probably be better suited directed to the school council. I'm happy to answer what I can.
Trustee Bowman.
Just a really quick one, I'm not sure if you can or not, but I noticed that Jasper's has started at 36 and it ended with 44. Is that because they're getting a new playground and they're saving money for that? Or
In the financial element?
yeah.
Yeah, so I would have to confirm that. It could be a number of reasons why they've, their fundraising increased, or whether they're saving it or they just had
At a casino.
Something.
Oh,
Could be many things like that, just to see where they are at, what time when they reported versus
That's
when they
right.
got their money.
Correct.
Any other questions? Trustee Caputo.
I noticed for Summit View, it says it dissolved parent council and formed a principal council. I thought that parent councils have to be, they're mandated that you have to have a parent council. And now you have, what's a principal council, if I may ask?
I think the best answer to that is that there are groups.
Trustee Mines, I was at that meeting and there was no one willing to step up to those positions. So Principal McKay has had at that point agreed to run this council and provide it more as an information session. But that they still needed help, but they could not get anybody. And there were 8 parents there. They refused, nobody would take those roles. So that's how that meeting went.
Anyone else? Oh, sorry, Superintendent Scobie.
It is, it can be a common thing at schools. You attend the Harry Collins Parent Council meeting. There hasn't been a parent council there in years. So that's what we're talking about. The parents want to be informed, the parents are interested. And so they want to do the right thing, but feel they have no time to give. So we want to give information to the parents that want to be informed. So when we offer, they come, we the principals run the meeting. They will ask questions, they may be the first one to hear some of the things that go on. We try and run it like a parent council meeting or school council meeting would be run, but it is run by the principals as a communication strategy for the school. And you're seeing this happen maybe more and more than it used to happen 10 or 15 years ago. It is something that's going on.
Okay. Trustee Mines? And just to concur, I was a principal for numerous years. I never had a true school council. I just ran it that way and asked for volunteers to come in and help. It's still exactly as Superintendent Scobie spoke. You can't force people to do stuff, right? That's right.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Okay. Thank you, Secretary Treasurer. Administrative report 11.4, career learning opportunities, that the Board of Trustees receive an update regarding the learning opportunities, including the Registered Apprentice Program, RAP, Work Experience, WE, Green Program, and Green Certificate Program, GC, for Grand Yellowhead Public School Divisions, high school students, for information. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you. This was a request from the board, and so Assistant Superintendent Ashmeyer has prepared this report and is happy to answer questions and to explain it.
Thank you, Superintendent Scobie, Board Chair and Board. I know that this came forward from Trustee Robinson as an interest piece, and so for our community, those watching and also those who may watch the YouTube in future, I just want to inform the board that semester 1 enrollment in any of these high school programs is significantly historically lower in semester 1. These numbers will exponentially grow for semester 2. So the reason for that is most of our grade 12 students and grade 11s, they opt to get every course for graduation completed in semester 1, which then frees open for semester 2 the ability to work longer hours in a work experience program or in a registered apprenticeship program. I want to highlight that for the public here, the Green Certificate is an opportunity for high school students who have agricultural, ranching knowledge, etc., to complete courses which focus on those areas and allow them to get credits in different types of courses, which help them earn what is called a Green Certificate. Asked during this piece was also strengths and greatest challenges. The strength is the incredible exposure our students get during their high school career to real life actual opportunities out there. The greatest challenges are 2. And quite a few of our schools, and I'm thinking of 2 in particular of our 5 high schools, one of the biggest concerns is how do you timetable in small schools to afford a block of time open enough for our grade 11 and 12 students and even some of our grade 10s to have a block of time to go out and work experience or wrap in our communities. So I know that this is a huge challenge for Jasper. It's a big challenge for Grand Cache Community High School as well. And those areas, as well as Grand Trunk, they have smaller student population. Timetabling is one of those challenges. And our schools are very creative in trying to work with these students so they can get out there. The other challenge that our schools are experiencing are actual placements for registered apprenticeship programs. And we have a lot of wonderful organizations, businesses, community members who are keen on having our students. But it's a challenge for them to hire a registered apprenticeship student when they could hire someone who is not a student and have less having to be flexible with that high school timetabling piece. And they look to people to be a registered apprentice that is already done school. And so it is a challenge that we deal with in our school sites. I'm happy to answer any questions that come from this. These numbers look very small, and I'd be happy at the request of the board to do an update in April. When we see the significant increase, I could do the report again so that you could see the numbers. But all 5 of our high school principals said, please let our board know that semester 2 would give a better overall picture of what actually happens in regards to our career learning opportunity.
And it's a very valid point. And yeah, I certainly like to see an updated one. I'm also curious as to what the trends might be over recent past. I mean, obviously, COVID, the wildfire, perhaps there are going to impact numbers, but I was also thinking in terms of community engagement and advocacy, et cetera. If and when I get out there, and I mentioned going to the chamber Christmas function in front of the executive director in the new year, there's likely the opportunity for me to be invited to speak to the chamber. And this is sort of information that I think would be relevant for someone in my role to share and advocate for spaces, as you're saying. I mean, it's difficult to find places necessarily, but so I'm curious as to, is the trend go up or down, pretty stable or what? Because yeah, you're right, the numbers look small, but there's obviously reasons for that, which you've enumerated. And are there opportunities to grow it? Maybe there's not, I don't know. But in my feeling out what my role might be, or understanding this sort of a program, which of course is a great value, how can I, in my role, support it?
And I would say, if I might, Superintendent Scobie, the challenges are different in each of our communities.
Right.
So, for example, the community of Edson and area, one of their challenges is the access to some of the work sites. Students have to have their driver's license. Grand Cache experiences that. Jasper doesn't experience that, but Jasper experiences competition with the tourism business. So having enough businesses who can be flexible and will have high school is different in Jasper when they have a tourism of employment to pull from. So each of our zones is very different in that regard. When you look at trades, there's a wider variety of some of the trades in the Edson, the Evansburg area. And when we look at Grand Cache, we've got access to a larger variety of trades than we see in Jasper, for example.
Definitely. Hospitality being different all the wax.
Absolutely. So, you know, I can certainly do an update and we can explore in terms of trends what it is, if that is at your guidance, Superintendent Scobie, what they might like to see come spring.
Thank you.
Trustee Bird? Is there any advocacy or interest for instruction in the grades from grade 7 on?
I'm not sure what you mean, sorry, trustee Bird.
Could we, you know how RAP starts in grade 11 or whatever? Is there any way of rethinking of it, thinking of bringing a little bit more trade instruction in the younger grades?
But Assistant Superintendent Ashmeyer, I'll give you a little bit of an idea
Sure.
about that. for sure.
So there is CTF, which stands for Career Trade Foundations, which can be done by teachers, and it is part of the curriculum for those 7, 8, 9, the junior high grades. The ability for students to be involved in a RAP type programming in those grades. There are a lot of other pieces of legislation that garner in terms of labor standards that students in grade 7 would not be able to be on a work site because of Alberta labor standards and a variety of other legislation pieces. So it would be challenging, but I will tell you that our schools are very much focused on the career technology foundations in those grades. So we are seeing development in our schools, our elementaries that have 7s, our middle schools that are really looking at a lot of the STEM, so the science, technology, engineering piece, math pieces, the things they can do in the school site that expose students at that age to those career learning opportunities without being in the real life experience of it.
Very good, current and necessary.
Any other questions? I just have one quick one. When we're talking about work experience, like what, are you giving any examples of where kids are? You know, like what are some of the work experiences? Like, I mean, there's 25 grade 12s in Parkland that are on work experience, and I'm just wondering, you know, what.
So I could pull up individually, but I think I'd give you a much more if it's all right with you, board, give you a comprehensive list. As last year, it was an update, a piece of information that is key for our board to advocate for. We can provide you that when I do the semester 2 update. I did that in April of last year where I highlighted that we had students in salons, we had students in welding organizations, and I would be happy to include that in the report in April as well.
So then I'm wondering, oh,
No,
sorry.
you go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, is this not in our work plan that we get a work experience update each year with all of the sites? That is in our trustee work plan. It comes, I feel
In
like
April.
it's April. So
And I think the reason we did this was something for trustee Robinson, so he could be out and about, knowing we would give the best we could as to right now, and then a more comprehensive one as we move forward for sure.
So then my question is, when we get that report in April, it might be good, like, so that we're not going back to our December one, if you could just put a comparison. Yeah. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you everyone for your reports. We greatly appreciate that. And now we'll move on to committee reports. We'll start with policy committee.
Thank you. We had a meeting yesterday. Thank you for the members that were there. Currently, 2 policies are going to be coming forward on our January the 14th meeting. And that will be policy 4, and there will be a small change in that one. And also policy 10, and there's going to be changes to policy 10, so they're going to be coming forward. But I have a request to view the board members. Policy 4 is going to be what we currently have, and what we currently had is going to be coming forward to you to do a really, really good look at it and see if that policy needs to be changed or what we need to do, go forward with. So an email will be coming forward from me with the policies in it, and so that you can look at the policies, and I'm hoping to get really, really good input so that we can really, really do a deep dive into this policy and go from there.
Oh, Superintendent Scobie.
So we're going to include 3. We are going to include the 2020 policy 4 that was previously with Grand Yellowhead. We are going to include the 2023 policy 4 that we currently use. And we're going to include the policy for potential updates that came from ASBA this summer. And one of the things that we're also going to do through our contacts is to reach out and to make sure that anything that was done this summer still is valid when it is compared against the updates to the Education Act that happened in October.
Thank you. Recognition of Employees Committee. Board Planning Seminar Committee. Negotiations, QBATA Bus Driver Committee.
Bus driver negotiations occurred on December 1st. We had a great first meeting and plan to meet again on January 12th for a second day of negotiation.
Finance Committee.
We met yesterday. We have nothing to bring forward to the board at this time. However, our notes are always in the shared trustee drive. So if you're wondering what we discussed, you can go in there and look.
Health and Wellness Committee.
We had our first meeting on Monday. We took a look at the amazing work already being done in our division for our students and staff with our best coordinators and our FSLCs and our health and wellness coordinators, Amy and Rochelle's teams, through our benefits from ASBC and through Green Shield. We discussed how important it is to get that information out to so that the staff understand what is available to them, as well as that we'd like staff to also have a good understanding of our policy 20 and that the board encourages them to disconnect from work and take their downtime. Some action items we were talking about, looking at the wellness navigator report that was done when the grant finished. So it was written by principals and others involved. And we'd just like to share it because it's a very heartwarming read and about how the grant really helped. We'd also like to look at updating the health and wellness tab on our website to make it more appealing. So it showcases what we actually offer in our division. And we're going to meet again in February.
Ad hoc committee, Wildwood Transportation. We met December 3rd at Wildwood School. We had Superintendent Scobie, Director Van Neck, we had 2 bus drivers, a parent, and our principal from Wildwood and our principal from Grand Trunk. And it was very good, very robust conversation. There were some ideas brought forward and that we're going to be looking at our next meeting in January. And we're very excited moving forward. I think it's very positive and I think everybody left there feeling a little bit better moving forward. And I want to thank, Director Van Neck and her bus drivers for sharing with us. Board Representative, PSBC.
That's me. Nothing much from PSBC except that we did a survey on consultants this morning, but nothing coming up.
ASBA Zone 2-3.
ASBA Zone 2-3, I attended December 5th in Edmonton, and I sent out notes and the minutes to all trustees, and Mr. Scobie, Superintendent Scobie, should have gotten these as well.
So future business or meeting dates open to the public. January 14th is public board meeting at 10 a.m. Closed to the public January 14th. 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting at 9 a.m. Is there any notice of motions? Future agenda items? I think we've spoke to that, but that'll be in April. Yeah. Closed session. We will now move in camera for a labor. Can I have someone make that motion? Trustee Bowman, all in favor? That's carried. So it's just this trustees and superintendent.
And I believe that for our other central office staff, that they are good to go for the remainder of the afternoon.
Oh, yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
for lunch.
Are we off yet?
Yes, Merry Christmas all.
Thank you.
I have a motion to come out of out of closed session.
Make a motion to
No. Trustee Acorn, all in favor? Number 15, action in response to closed session. Are you ready? We are asking the superintendent and administration to do a survey. Parents in Edson and Fulham. Asking
If they would like their child to attend Fulham School, if busing was provided from Edson.
And we've given Superintendent Scobie just some questions that we would like asked on that survey. So he knows. And now can I call for adjournment? Trustee Mines, all in favor? Carried. No, it's just.
Oh, it's good for graduation. Okay.